Hey everyone, it's Friday, and today we're going to be playing more Horizon Forbidden West. We're going to continue where we left off, and I noticed that on a couple of the streams, the audio has been double for some reason. Like, it'd be fine 1 minute, but then be double. I don't know what the cause is, but if it does, it gets double on it, do let me know, because I have no idea what's causing the issue with that. But hopefully it doesn't happen, because I noticed on others it has not happened. So I'm going to see how today goes. Anyway, I hope everybody's day's been going well, and we're gonna, and like I said, we're gonna continue where we left off. On what's sad is that last time we lost both Gaia and Varl, so that was a shame that we lost both. I really liked Varl. He was a good character. So I'm interested to see how the story goes now, since we no doubt are probably in the final battle, because because now that we'll be facing Far Zenith, no doubt. So I'm interested to see how the story goes. So let's get right on into it, shall we?
Erend, are you there?
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
We're all... we're back at base. What happened?
It might be easier to explain in person. I'll try to join you there when I can.
Okay. We'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
Okay, you might hear some double audio for a second, because I'm trying to see if it's doing double audio, because I don't hear it normally on my stream, so at least on my end. So let me see if it's gonna do double audio with the talking of the characters.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Right. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
Okay, let's see here. It was kind of hard to hear. Let me restart from the save, so see if it works.
Erend, are you there?
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
Okay, everything sounds fine on my end, so
We're back at base.
so probably there's no double audio problem going on at the moment.
It might be easier to explain in person. I'll try to join you there when I can.
Okay. We'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
Okay, everything seems to be fine, so I think, but do let me know if you hear the characters like double audio talking from them, and I'll see what I can do to fix that.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Right. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
Okay, trying to see if I can get up over into there, because I don't know how to do and get in there. Ah, there we go. Because I see some valuables down there. But the way is currently blocked by vines, which means there's probably a metal flower around. That's causing them to be blocked. And I thought I got up there, but apparently it just ended up falling back down. Well, that's one. Yeah, I was right there as a metal flower.
A lot of acid to breathe. Take this to a dyer later.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey! Can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regalla is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
Kotallo's right. We must fight.
Oh, all right. So what are we gonna do, huh? Take on all of Regalla's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So...
After we lost contact with you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them. They took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well... at least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths. And get Beta and Gaia back. But first... we're going to stop Regalla.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me... a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regalla's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Hikaru. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important.
And just making sure everything is correct. Okay, I think we are good. A shame we lost Varl.
It's all going to be okay. We can't give up now.
You look busy.
My studies are a good distraction. Especially after Cauldron Gemini. Varl, Beta, Gaia, gone. And that's just the beginning. The Zeniths want to rob us of our future too.
We won't let that happen. How are you holding up?
Varl's loss is heavy on everyone's mind. I didn't know him well, but I can see how much he meant to the others. Zoe and Erend seem to have taken to it the hardest, but I don't quite know what to say to them.
They need time to sort through it.
And what about you? Will time heal your wounds?
I don't know. I try not to think about it. Seems like everyone's ready to take the fight to the enemy.
Kotallo more than most. If I were this Regalla, I wouldn't want to cross him on the battlefield.
Regalla still has a lot of machines on her side.
That's where you come in, I suspect.
If my plan works. Anything new around here?
Kotallo showed me the schematics for his new arm. I recall reading about robotic limbs within the Legacy, but I never thought I'd see one in action. Technology like that would be treasured back home. Think of what it could do for injured workers or soldiers. But knowing the Imperial family, they would use it for different purposes. Their own.
Replacing body parts as they grow older. Like the Zeniths.
Exactly.
I still don't get. I get why Kotallo, he wants to like not use the robotic arm all the time, but then again, it would be make things a lot easier if he just kept the arm on all the time.
What was Leviathan again?
A flood control system back in the Great Delta. It was built by Eileen Sasaki, another of our ancestors. If we can acquire the data on it, we might be able to fix the system back home. Then my sister, my parents, other families won't have to live in fear of their homes washing away when the long rains come.
Right. And to find it, we need to head back to San Francisco. Any more data catch your eye?
All of it? I have so much to study up on. Years, actually. I'm particularly interested in the Odyssey. We knew the ancestors had made it to the moon. In fact, we theorized some of them had settled on it. But Sirius is way farther than that. And we thought journeying across the ocean would be the feat of a lifetime. The sheer calculations needed for space travel, it's overwhelming to think about.
Even so, the Quen are way ahead of other tribes when it comes to understanding this stuff. Where I grew up, everyone thought that stars were sparks that rose from a fire lit by the goddess to guide us through the night. So, all of the tribes here are new to you?
Yes, I've been studying up on them. The most fascinating one thus far has been the Tenakth, an entire culture based on the holograms of an ancient museum. There's much they've misinterpreted, not unlike the Quen. But still, there's a nobility to what they've become. They're honorable and fearless.
And deadly.
And not to mention tough as hell.
Tilda's the one who rescued me. Same one that spoke to Beta when none of the others would.
Did she say why she saved you?
She knew Elizabeth Sobek. Seems to think helping me is honoring her in some way. She was willing to share information on both Silence's plans and the other Zeniths.
But you still don't trust her. Where I come from, the more valuable the knowledge shared, the higher the price extracted. I'd be careful if I were you, Aloy.
I would have to agree with her on that because the Zeniths cannot be trusted.
Signal, okay?
I won't let you down.
I know.
Even though one decided to save
I haven't
Aloy.
forgotten about the data on Leviathan. I'll let you know when I make it back to landfall.
Thank you, Aloy.
I thought you were gonna go fight some Tenakth.
I wanted to check in with you first.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm just, picking up the pieces like everyone else. I'll be there when you need me.
I never doubted that.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're back.
So am I. Do you think Zoe will be okay?
I don't think anyone's ever okay after losing the one they love. I can't tell you she's handling it better than I ever did. That keeps the rest of us level-headed.
Anybody take you up on that ale you brought yet?
Zoe can't stand the smell of it. I tried Alva, but I don't think she knows what taking a break means.
What about Katalo?
Ah, now there's a man that can hold his liquor. Pretty sure we downed half a keg. We had a good chat, I think.
What's wrong with your shoulder?
Yeah, it hurts a little. Yeah, maybe a lot.
What'd you do?
Well, I tried to arm wrestle with Katalo.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't such a good idea.
I was just curious to see if that new arm of his was as strong as it looked. Turns out it really is.
I know you hate waiting, but you'll have to stay back here a little longer.
Well, you go do what you gotta do, but are you okay? It's not just Varl we lost. Beta's gone. I almost lost it when I realized my sister had been taken by Dervahl back in the Sundom.
I'm getting her back. That's all that matters.
Understood.
I need to get going.
You better get there before Katalo tries to take on Regalla's entire army by himself. Yeah, do me a favor. Don't go disappearing on us again.
I'll do my best.
Oh, I thought because it was one of the metal flowers I could hit it. It might lead to something, but apparently not. Okay, where's Katalo? Because we need to talk to him first before we head out to talk to Zoe. Strange, he's not in this area. Oh wait, maybe Katalo. He probably went to the chief Hekarro because he said he was going to be going over to fight with them. That could be it.
Over here, Aloy. We would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plainsong and further east to the Nora Sacred Lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Vala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Vala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy. But I tracked down the flower. Gathered its seeds. As verdant limbs wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises, as certain as stone. From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us. I'm with child, Aloy. I was going to tell him when he got back from Gemini. Instead, one day, I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them. I'll try to visit again when I can. But for now, I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Then I'll use it on a sun ring and get ready for an entrance Regalla will never forget.
Okay, let's see. Do craft the Sunwing override. Okay.
Oh, before I forget, I watered those plants.
I wonder if it's gonna make it so where we have to go and get the parts. Is the world gonna be going hunting? Okay, we don't. I guess we don't have to craft the new override. These, I think, they're probably ones we're gonna learn from the DLC, probably.
Override installed. Now to find a sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
Just you wait, Varl. We're taking those space slugs down.
Think you can manage things here while I go help Hekarro?
Stopping Regalla's war. It'll help us take the fight to the Zeniths?
Yes.
Then I'll make sure the rest of us are ready upon your return.
Okay. How's Aaron doing?
For a moment there, he thought he'd lost both you and Varl. But he never truly succumbed to despair. Guess that Oseram's stubbornness comes in handy sometimes.
We'll be facing Spectre drones soon. Erend and Kotallo have fought them before, so...
Already asked them to run us through some combat drills. Aaron moves like an oaf, but he's good with that hammer.
I know we both want to make the Zeniths pay for what they've done, but once we infiltrate their base, our priority will be to get Gaia and Beta out of there.
Don't worry. I won't go seeking revenge like some blood-crazed Tenakth. Wherever your arrow strikes, mine will follow.
Let's hope we hit our targets. You look like you have something on your mind.
We're going to war soon. And war is something I promised myself I'd left behind in the Red Raids. But
War.
the more of your
War
data
never
I go
changes.
through, every voice I hear, every word I read from her ancient past, it makes me realize just how much life was given so that ours could flourish. Fighting for that gift, it's our responsibility. If we fail, it was all for naught.
Helps to know you're not alone.
For a moment there, you sounded like Varl.
I don't know what you're talking about. I need to get going.
Whatever you plan on doing against Regalla, you better return to us in one piece.
I'll try. Okay, I need to find a Sunwing to override. Better head up the mountain.
How convenient, they're just right there.
Good. There are Sunwings up here. We'll have to approach them quietly. Got it.
All right, we got a Sunwing.
This is it. I'm in the air.
Whoa! Head rush. Tilda, I'm in the air. Machine owners from before. The ones who were racing. I know what they're up to.
Oh, I like this. I like that we get to fly in the air.
Race? Definitely don't sound like rebels. Maybe if I follow their tracks, I can find out where they're headed. I can probably use my focus to follow the tracks those riders left behind. There's a tall neck. Need to get on top of its head. Now, how to land this thing. Made it. Just got it. Okay, Tilda. I've overridden the tall neck.
Good. And the
All
energy
right, all
shelter
tall
top
necks
line.
overridden.
Simply pick one up on a Horus. The nearest one should be northwest of your position. Dropping it on Regala's machine should produce quite a spectacle.
Thanks for the assist.
I told you, I want to help.
Okay, select and call the sun to use the Sunwing. If you have overridden the Sunwing using Sunwing call, summons it to your current position. Ah,
Whoa! Get used to that.
now that is handy. I just have to call it to me, and and it picks me up. I just have a new favorite machine now. To add to my list. Well, wrong button. Let's see here. That's why they didn't show up, because there's a cauldron I haven't done yet. Definitely want to do the cauldrons. So before we do take down the rebels, I do want to take on the cauldrons, but I do want to check some things over at the capital. So let's see if I can go there.
The Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up an energy cell, and fast. The Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up an energy cell, and fast. Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up.
How am I leaving the play area? I mean, okay, that might be why I can't turn around right now.
Fast. The Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up an energy cell, and fast.
So I guess let's off to gather the energy cell, since I can't do that yet.
The Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up an energy cell.
I was gonna go to the cauldron, but I don't think we can do that right now. If I had known that, I would have waited.
The Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up an energy cell, and fast. Kara's forces are barely holding out. I need to pick up an energy cell, and fast. There's the energy cell. Right on the Titan's back. Got the cell. Now onto the Grove. Pulse from Tolmec should have reactivated all the energy cells in the region. I should be able to pick up more from any Horus I fly to. It'll be useful, even after I deal with Regalla.
Okay, that's why it won't let me do like the usual, like go over and see anything that the Tenakth had, because part of the story is taking place. That's why there's a battle going on.
It's all over, Chaplain.
I gotta drop it now. Here it goes.
It's away! Affirmative. It did hit, and it impacted on the surface.
Is that... It's Aloy! She flies on the wings of the Ten. The tide has turned! Push through!
End of the line, Hakon. Now on your knees, and I'll give you the death you didn't have the spine to give me.
They're down! The machines! All of them! They're down!
What? How's that possible?
Regala! Enough bloodshed! Let's settle this. You and me.
Easy to say when you're on top of a machine.
Well, that was just to get your attention. I don't need any help to take you down.
Fine. I accept your challenge. And once I'm done with you, I'll get to finish the slaughter.
We'll see about that.
The duel is set. Let none interfere.
Okay, looks like we're doing this. Let me get resources. Damn it! I said let me get the resources.
I will do what has to be done! Do you have any words now?
How do you miss? She's right. How do you even miss? She was right there in front of you. I hate Regala. Not even letting me give me a chance to get the resources. Pick up the resources.
There is no sacrifice!
So that's how it's gonna be. Okay, better.
Oh crap, she has him too?
This is where it ends!
Yeah, it is.
Soon your blood will be mine! I will carve my story into you! Strike and strike hard!
Haha, oh right, you get plasma on her.
Don't give up the pain! You!
Girl, it does not give me a chance to any breathing room.
I will paint this hallowed soil with your blood! Is this all you are?
Well, looks like that's it. That was easy.
Here I am again, on my knees before bootlets and cowards. Go ahead, run me through.
Shut your mouth, traitor.
It was you who flew in on the wings of the Ten. You who challenged her. By our rights, you must decide her fate. I spared her once. It only made things worse. She was the best of my marshals. What a waste.
She's dangerous, all right. But maybe that's exactly what I need.
Cowards! What more do you have to conspire about?
Whether you live or die. I'm not here to forgive you for your crimes. But there's another battle ahead. Against an enemy more powerful than anything you can imagine. And I need people. A squad. That's willing to do whatever it takes.
I don't want your mercy.
It's not mercy. The battle I'm talking about? We'll be charging into a nightmare.
A better death than this? Yes.
That's why I'm letting her live.
My
Because we'll
blood
need her
is
strength.
yours. Your enemies are mine.
Meet us at our stronghold, in the mountains near Plainsong.
You mean to send her alone? Without even an armed guard?
She does not need it.
I will be there. You have my word.
I'll hold you to it.
I'm letting her live because she's a strong fighter, and we'll need all the strength we can get to get to Zenith.
In the throne room.
I would love nothing more than to let her die, but I think we can. But she still has a use.
He surrendered to our guards outside the grove. Claims he has an urgent message for the Outlander who defeated Regalla.
So, state it.
It's for her alone. From an interested party.
Silence.
I'm gonna need some privacy.
Clear the room. Put him with the rest of Regalla's soldiers.
I'll see you back at base.
You saved the tribe. Let me help you with your mission.
No. With Regalla gone, you have a chance to build the future you dreamed of. So get to your task.
Then at least allow me to give you this. Armor for the battle ahead. May it keep you safe.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Now, time for another little chit chat with Silence.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you too, Silence.
Congratulations on your victory. You saved the Tenakth for a few weeks. Unfortunately, you've doomed the entire planet as well.
Wrong. I don't need a Tenakth army to defeat the Zeniths.
Oh, Aloy. Have you learned nothing about the enemy we're up against?
More than you, hiding whatever hole you found. My idea is just better than anything you ever came up with.
Go on.
No, not here. We're doing this my way. Face to face, and with the weapon you've developed.
And why would I agree to that?
Because I'm your only way of beating the Zeniths, and getting the copy of Apollo that's on their ship. So meet me at my base. Mountains west of Plainsong. Time to submit to the inevitable silence and follow the person who actually knows what she's doing. Don't be late. Tilda, you there? I did it. Silence is on board. So head to my base.
Impressive. I'll be there as soon as I can.
A new face paint.
Now that I can fly, I might want to see what else I can do before I head back. Are you the only one listening to these voices?
Oh, no. The others who captured the Oseram Delver heard the voices from these ancient warriors too. They spread the word, and now a lot of people are talking about them. Soldiers are interested in old battles.
My focus is showing more voices out there.
We can never truly know these soldiers, but if you find their voices, we can honor them.
Did the Delver say anything about where to find the recordings?
Only that she found them in ancient flying machines,
and that they were sending out some sort of signal.
There is a locator signal from the recording. I can detect it with my relic. That should help me find any more voices that are out there. What will you do with the recordings?
Well, I'll have to speak to my superiors and see if we can make space for them. They aren't from the Ten, but the voices of all warriors must be heard and remembered.
I hope you find what you want from these recordings.
I wonder if there are any martial face paintings I can get.
Join JTF-10 for a covert operation deep within the rainforest.
So, Aloy, you've added yet another deed to your name, and I'm guessing by the look in your eyes that you're not done yet.
Not quite.
Is there anything we can do? We owe you that much.
After everything you've been through, you're one of the best people to support Hekarro's bid for peace. Not just between the clans, but with the Carja too.
Then I will. You have my word.
And until my last breath, I'll make sure the tribe remembers all that you've done for us.
They won't last long.
Quite an entrance, Aloy.
Ateka, I figured I'd see you here.
Of course. The Lowland clan fought for our own today. And like the day Hekarro conquered the Grove, we stand victorious. I see the same look in his eyes as I did then. Hope restored. His vision for us endures.
He'll need your continued support, I'm sure.
And he will always have it. Thank you for everything, Aloy.
Thing is, with Regalla, she was like boasting like how powerful she was. I fought tougher machines than her.
It is an honor to witness this. You've earned this soldier's respect. Aren't you supposed to be on guard duty? You flew on the wings of the Go with honor. Your courage inspires
She's
us.
clear to enter. Hekarro's champion.
It's an honor.
Did the Wilds treat you well, Outlander?
Visions will guide us. You must be precise.
If it isn't Regalla's conqueror. Aloy, need to turn in some tags or trade some medals? Maybe you won some from hunting grounds. Or the arena.
I found some of the tags you mentioned before.
Good. The squad mates and families of the deceased will be grateful. This is for you. As always, the tribe values your efforts.
Damn, to get this, I'll need a lot. I'll definitely need a lot of. I'll definitely need a lot of metals. North Thunder Warrior. I do like the ultimate ranged combat armor. I want to see if maybe I can try. I want to maybe see if I maybe I can try to get that. Get that medal.
Well, I guess I should go.
Safe travels.
She who flies on the wings of the Ten is always welcome at this arena.
I know.
Better ready yourself.
Okay, the arena. Are you? Eyeing seals, the ultimate test. Jump into the arena, take on the strongest. Escalating challenge complete. Challenges to earn arena medals. They can be traded for the prize matter with unique, extremely powerful gear. Choose your weapons. Tend to your health before entering the arena. You won't get a chance to do so once you're inside. Ah.
I was looking forward to seeing you in the arena. Maybe next time.
Ready for the next cool.
did get some. I did get some. Yeah.
Even Outlanders see that Regala is treacherous. Attacking the grove? Regala is a traitor.
You are preparing to leave.
Divisions of the Ten.
Fight well and return.
Did the enemy give you any trouble out there?
Our strength is your strength.
It would be an honor to train with you.
Under Hikaro's reign, the grove.
Come on, let me use the workbench. I need small machine cores.
Just for getting strike, maybe? You should know that I got some
Think of this. Honor and strength.
Walk with strength.
You need to find a campfire.
Walk with honor, Aloy.
I do remember there being some legendary gear, I think, over here.
Hey, stop. If only my blade could have earned honor.
There walks a true warrior.
It's good to see that you survived.
Well, just for getting strike, lady. Okay, but you should know that I got some.
You'll want to talk to me, champion. I assure you.
Well, good thing I had a little help.
My offer still stands. A soldier like you should only wear the best armor. and that's what you'll get at Opa's Forge.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Karja face paints because they really don't look that great.
Honorable paint that. An outlander flew on.
First, we're gonna do Forbidden Sea, so I need to go here, and also I can now do the way home since I now have access to a Sunwing. So we got some side missions to do. Before I do, I need to go to my stash.
Outlander, will you trade with... Knock? Are you certain there's nothing you require?
Legends walk among us.
Yeah, my whole squad.
Not enough to take it across.
Regalla's dreams return.
My blade.
They're desperate.
One enemy style, another machine.
Hey.
Hey, about... We're okay, right?
Better let her know I'm here.
Next time I'll have something for you. Your shoulder doing all right?
Hey, Alva? I'm in Landfall. Can you meet me here?
I'll be there as soon as I can. Aloy! I'm here. Had to sneak past a few machines on the way, but I made it.
All right. Ready to talk to that diviner?
Yes. He's right over there.
Diviner Alva, what are you doing back in Landfall? And with the living ancestor?
We're looking for the At-Bay Research Center, where Leviathan was developed. The legacy tells us it's somewhere in the city.
Alva mentioned you've been collecting data in the area. Do you know where it is?
Yes, I stumbled across it, but there was no data there, only crumbling ruins.
Tell us anyway. We might be able to find something you missed.
Please, don't trouble yourself. I assure you, our search was very thorough.
You're hiding something.
What? That is absurd. A diviner must only speak truth, as you're well aware.
Oh, you're worried you found something dangerous? Something compromising on Eileen Sasaki?
Keep your voice down.
Look, I get it, Nirik. You want to make it back to your family, so it's safer to turn a blind eye. But think of Leviathan. How it could help everyone. Isn't that why we're here? Don't let fear deny us that.
Very well. The facility's just south of here along the shore. But even if you find a way to fix Leviathan, it's sure to be shrouded in that which is forbidden.
Too often the truth is forbidden. Come on, let's go.
Not bad with that diviner back there. You've come a long way since we first met.
And Nirik's like I used to be, terrified of a misstep. And with the Overseers, he has every right to be. But what I've seen and learned since the greenhouse, it's so much more than what we're permitted. Diviners are supposed to seek the truth, and yet so much is kept from us. I'm tired of it. That should be the facility ahead. Oh, we need to find a way in. Aloy, why is the ground shaking?
That's not good, whatever it is.
Whoa,
Might be a rock breaker.
Huge.
We'll have to take it out if we want to find that data.
Oh, Slitherfang.
Okay, I'm with you.
That was a Slitherfang. That... It's just as bad as a rock breaker.
Easier.
And it's weak to plasma.
I'll stay here. That looks a little iffy to me.
Okay, time for a frosty snack. Ha, now it's frozen. Really? The slippery thing keeps dodging at the last second when I'm trying to fire anything.
Down it goes.
Whew. Well, I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
We should be able to look around for that data now. Not getting in this way.
Might have collapsed when that Slitherfang came in.
Damn, didn't get a heart from it. That would have been good because then I could have gotten legendary armor.
That.
Not a lot of data. No, I'll wait here. Don't think I can manage that. I don't think I'll be able to follow you there. Aloy, let's go find the data on Leviathan.
I'll dry off. Eventually.
Maybe there's a way into. It's in this building. I have no idea where the data would be because pointing me in this area. Wait, what do we have here?
He's trying to pull that. Through here.
After you. At least the water's not freezing. Look at this place. I always try to imagine what it must have been like back when the old ones were here.
It's less of a climb, I bet. Come on, let's check the upper floors. You okay?
On every expedition, the soldiers would lay down walkways and barriers first to protect us diviners. But this is actually kind of fun. Oh, I'll stay here. That looks a little iffy to me.
There. The console.
Must have been what Mira found.
Let's see if it has anything on Leviathan. Oh, the data on Leviathan isn't here. But there's some kind of log.
Delete the database? But Miss Sasaki, when you look at the reports, 3,000 exhibiting symptoms. Over 400 dead. The data's clear. Omarama is contaminating the water supply, promoting bacterial growth. And with Leviathan based on the same architecture...
You're a smart kid. Top of your class, right? My father built this company thanks to world-class talent like you. And you know what else is world-class? Our legal team. So unless you want to spend the rest of your career in some dead-end, underfunded public research institute, you'll delete that database and forward all data on Leviathan to my office.
Yes, ma'am.
That was her. The ancestor, Eileen Sasaki. Hundreds dead. And she knew their system was to blame, but she had the truth erased. Were all the ancestors like this? Selfish, ruthless, immoral? And yet we hold them up as paragons of enlightenment and virtue. Given what we've learned, I don't even know if Leviathan will work.
Hold on. Let's not give up just yet. You said before that the Old Ones use Leviathan to control flooding. Which means it probably worked. We'll know more when we find the data on it. The recording mentioned a copy was sent to Eileen's office.
To their corporate headquarters. There.
That's gonna be a climb.
Let's go. It shouldn't take us long to get to the tower.
Lead on. So what was that other system the recording mentioned? Omu Ramba?
The legacy tells us it was the predecessor to Leviathan, a system that manipulated floods to bring life to a barren desert.
Mine seemed to know a lot about this ancestor.
Diviners spent years trying to figure out how to restore Leviathan. We found a lot of data on Eileen Sasaki in the process. Though,
entrance is
now I wonder
blocked.
how much of it
Gonna
is
have to find
actually
another way
true.
in.
The soldiers built a path on the nearby ruin. Might be able to cross over from there.
Lead the way.
I think this is as far as our soldiers got.
We'll have to climb higher to get into the tower.
I'll follow your lead.
There's nothing for my polecaster to latch onto.
Up we go!
Trying to grab onto that.
You doing okay, Olga?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Yes! Don't worry about me. How are we going to get across?
Oh, that beam looks promising.
No, I'll wait here. Don't think I can manage that. This is a lot higher up than I thought.
Glintox. Well, we have the element of surprise.
Or we could sneak by and, you know, not fall off the tower. Oh, I'll stay here. That looks a little iffy to me.
Didn't even know what hit him.
Up this way.
No, I'll wait here. Don't think I can manage that.
There's the tower. Should be able to cross over.
That
We
doesn't
are
sound
going to have
good.
to jump.
After you.
Clear some more distance first. Okay. Should be able to make it to the other side. Made it.
Okay, Alva, your turn.
Better make sure Alva make.
Okay, Alva, your turn.
Right. Yeah. Aloy, can you watch me and make sure I do this right?
Come on, Alva. You can do it. It's okay.
Please don't break.
Alva!
I'm okay. Wow. That would have been a long way to fall.
Huh. This says the code is the month and year the company was founded.
According to the legacy, it was October 2023.
So the company was founded in October.
Which is the 10th month of the year.
Got it.
2023, that's this year.
Maybe the data on Leviathan isn't here.
Cost reduction strategy. We're talking about people's lives here. I did as you asked on Omuramba, but this is worse.
Relax, Eileen. I've spoken with risk management. They're confident that the chance of another incident is within acceptable parameters. We're moving ahead with Leviathan.
You know, Dad, shortcuts have a way of catching up with you. Within acceptable parameters or not.
Well, one day in the distant future when you're in charge, you can run things how you want. But until then, how about you let me worry about that?
Guess Eileen and her father didn't always get along. But it seems like covering up on Miranda wasn't her idea.
Doesn't matter. She still had a part in it.
Well, let's keep going. Her office must be higher up.
Dead end. There's a ladder in that shaft, but it's blocked.
I might be able to pull the rubble out from the other shaft. Let's see where this leads.
You go on ahead. I'll look for a way up that has a lesser chance of falling to my death.
Okay. Hey, Alva?
Yes?
There's something I don't get. You said Eileen was the one who built Leviathan, not her father, so... what happened?
I'm not sure. The legacy doesn't say. Either that knowledge is lost or forbidden. Or maybe we were wrong about that too.
Are you doing okay, Aloy?
Yeah, it's just a long way up. Whoa.
Okay. Hey, where do I go now? I'm not seeing a way. Ah. There we go.
Now, how to get up higher? How about you, Alva? Any luck finding a way up?
Not yet.
Whew. Well, that's done with. Okay, I'm back at the shafts. If I blow up that fire gleam, the elevator might fall and open up a path for Alva. Hey, Alva? Step away from the shaft.
Okay. Whoa! Oh! I can reach the ladder now! Be right up, Aloy!
Looks like there's another floor above. Might be Eileen's office.
Okay, I'll meet you up there.
Okay, I guess I just...
Right, Alva's on the way.
And now I'm up.
Another locked door. Need to figure out the passcode.
These artifacts, Made it! These artifacts, I think these were Eileen's. It's every diviner's dream to discover even one of the ancestors' artifacts.
And maybe they'll help with the door.
Oh, that must be the Larson McCory Award. The legacy says Eileen won it when she was 40 for her work on Leviathan.
Interesting. This looks like some kind of prototype.
For water purification. Must be the H2 flow.
What?
H2 flow. Their early inventions had strange names.
Okay, so probably that's one is 40, so we have to keep looking around.
It's art, I think.
Could it be? Yes, I think this was commissioned in honor of the company's 25th anniversary.
Could look around with my focus.
Let's see. Okay.
Not quite right. That's not it. That didn't work.
That must be the Dragonfly 6. Ape used it in most of their construction projects. The Dragonfly 6 was their most successful model.
Huh.
Hmm.
What was this thing again?
The H2 flow.
All the numbers you mentioned. I wonder if they make up the passcode.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
How old was Eileen when she won this award?
40.
E40.
What was the name of this thing?
2.
The H2 flow.
What did you say this was for again?
The company's 25th anniversary. Looks like it used to be on the last pedestal.
I could try my focus. Let me take a look at those artifacts.
Oh, wait, I meant to put the 4. That's what. Why it didn't work. Okay, let's see. Try 40. 2. 2. 5.
That
6.
didn't do anything.
Seriously?
I thought that would have worked. Did we overlook something?
You said Eileen was how old when she won this?
40.
Okay, 40.
What was this called again?
The H2 flow.
2.
You said this was commissioned for something?
The company's 25th anniversary. Looks like it used to be on the last pedestal.
Okay, so.
Could try my focus, see what it picks up. The 2 artifacts on the ground. Maybe they used to be on opposite pedestals.
There we go. I knew I figured it out.
See the whole city from up here.
Corner office. Impressive view. It must have been Eileen's.
Let's see if the data on Leviathan is here.
Well, it's official. Eileen Sasaki, CEO, chair, and worst daughter in the world. Security had to escort Dad to his vert. Guess we'll be speaking through lawyers from now on. Looking down at the world from here. It's hard to see the details. People become risk factors, statistics, far too easily. Omuramba was supposed to provide clean water, improve lives. It was easier to pretend there wasn't a problem. Easier to believe the lie was truth. But I don't want to pretend anymore. I will build Leviathan right. No more shortcuts. No more lying just to save face. It won't undo our sins. My sins. But maybe we can still do some good.
She overthrew her father, took over the company, so that Leviathan wouldn't end up killing people.
It sounded like she regretted covering up Omuramba's failure.
She wasn't perfect. Not a paragon, as the Quan believe, but not a monster either. She tried to make up for her mistakes.
And now you know the truth.
As for the data, Leviathan... yes, it's here. Downloading a copy now.
Is something wrong?
I think I'll stay here a while longer. There's a lot more data that I want to look through.
Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?
Down is always easier than up. Let's speak again when we're back at base.
Okay. I'll see you there. Well, after climbing all the way up, why not glide down?
Wait, you're going to what?
Just thinking about it.
second, everyone. I need to check on something real quick. Okay, Eric. Oh. Okay, everything seems to be in order, so I think we're good. And glide down, it seems like a really fun thing to do right now. And since I now have access to the Sunwing, it would probably be best to also do the island where I couldn't reach before because I couldn't fly over. Now this is fun, being able to fly in the air.
Machines. Better be careful. Should be able to look for that gyro compass with my focus. Machines could have scavenged it out of the wreckage. I should check in the scrap pile for something, just to be sure. Pain subsiding.
Oh crap, another one.
I'll make things easier.
Okay, without them, I can now work on finding what I need.
I can get it from my stash later. I'll shake it out as I go.
Ah, there's a scrap pile. Well, where does it want me to search? It says search scrap piles, and I'm looking for scrap piles. Only thing is, I saw one scrap pile.
That's it.
There it is.
This thing took a beating. Not sure it still works. Better take it to Harriam and Christia. Maybe they can fix it.
I really wish they had let us get access to this sooner, because I like using the Sunwing.
I don't want to fly in there. I should get down.
word?
What you did to that thunder job. Incredible.
Hey, patrol went well, I take it.
By the ancestors. You're back. Is that?
I'm sorry.
It's broken. Our last hope.
No. There has to be a way to fix it.
How?
We just need to replace the batteries and the sensor unit.
Right, because they're just lying around a jungle for us to find. Wait.
The ancient fleet.
It might have what we need.
What ancient fleet?
When we abandoned our ship, we were washed ashore on a beach southwest of here.
There were ships built by the ancestors there.
Overseer Bohai will never let us go there. He won't risk losing any more navigators. He needs us to guide the fleet home.
No one's going home without a working gyro compass.
I can get them for you.
You'll need to look for a sensor unit. They're usually on a ship's antenna.
And batteries. 3 of them. They're small, so they might be hard to find.
I've got something for that.
We put our faith in you once again, ancestor.
Hey, you're back.
Can't believe it.
Don't mind me, Mr. Spinosaurus Machine. Just passing on through.
Christie said I'd find ancient ships in this area. I should take a look. Those ancient ships have got to be around here somewhere. There. Sunken ship. Maybe it has what Harriet and Christian need to fix the gyro compass. The ship's antenna. Let's hope the sensor unit is still intact. No sensor unit. There isn't a recording.
This is the USS Anchorage. Hailing anyone who's left. The Medina, the Omaha, and the New Orleans are down, and the swarm just cracked the Harris open like an egg. Incoming! Hold on! The lead Horus is heavily damaged. If we can concentrate fire, maybe we can still take it down. I think we've got a ping on the Hamilton! Lost it! Sensor sound! We're sailing blind!
It seems like their sensor unit was taken out. They were trying to reach other ships. Guess I should find the batteries now. My focus should pick them up.
Okay. Found the battery. I found 2 of the batteries.
Take another look inside the shipwreck. Maybe I missed something.
I found 2 of the batteries with ease, so just need to look for the 3rd one.
Take another look inside the shipwreck. Maybe I missed something.
Not seeing the battery anywhere.
Found you.
Also, and now it shows me where the battery is.
Focus picked up coordinates from their transmission, I found. If there's more shipwrecks there, one might have an intact sensor. Maybe that sun relay below is still around. be a faster way to get to those coordinates I found.
Well, the sun wing is very useful. It's too bad, though. I think the reason that you have it to where it doesn't have an attack mode is because if it got damaged, you wouldn't be able to fly. That's probably why.
Well, that ship has an antenna with a Dreadwing perched on it. Great. I'm gonna have to deal with it before I can look for the sensor the Quen need.
Oh great, I gotta kill a Dreadwing. On. Then close. Ha ha ha. Am I using arrow like? down it goes.
Okay, I should be able to check out the antenna now.
Scorcher scanning ear.
Tech sensor unit. This should be all that Harry and Christia need. Looks like there's one more transmission in here.
This is the Hamilton. Anchorage, your transmission has been received. Targeting the lead Horus.
Just lost the starboard missile battery. Can't fire. We're empty.
Damn it.
Captain, there's nothing left to fire. Your orders.
Set a course for the Horus chassis. Ramming speed.
That's what they did in the last final moments. They were out of ammo. Thank you for the follow, Tristan Alexander. Welcome on in. Well, and thank you for joining. You have now entered the workshop. My name is Arkantos. I'm an ancient ice demon. I play video games and I do 3D modeling. And currently, I am playing Horizon Forbidden West, and I'm working on a side mission right now that I wasn't able to do because I couldn't fly, and I just took down a large bat. Now to get these parts to them.
She's back, Marion. I found what you need.
Thank you. I'll get working on the gyro compass immediately. I'm coming home, Leandra.
You've done us a great kindness, Aloy. Christia is not the only one with people waiting back home. She'll be able to fix that gyro compass in no time. We'll never be able to thank you enough. But this should be a start.
If you need anything, tell Bohai to contact Alva. I'm sure she can help.
May the ancestors steer us true.
I can't believe we're actually going home.
First, you need to put this thing here.
Goods. Valuable goods.
Now after I load up, I am gonna go after that cauldron I've seen to see if I'm able to take it on.
I can provide you with powerful weapons if you so wish.
Okay. Where's that cauldron? There we go. And closest I can get to is Thornmarsh. Well, I didn't mean to do that. So,
May honor guide you.
Honor and strength.
Okay, time to call on my Sunwing.
Is this easy? Cauldron. Hiding in the jungle.
Cauldron Chi. Yeah, I can do Cauldron Chi.
Should be able to find data.
I'm way over the level needed.
Doorways tangled. I doubt I can get through. Maybe there's some other way in.
Hey. There's gotta be another entrance. Ah, there we go. There's the entrance.
These walls. That overgrown cauldron I found. Maybe this is part of it. Whoa, whoa! That's quite a drop.
Careful of those bats. They'll drive you batty.
This place is in a bad way. I can see an opening to the wall.
Okay, so so I can't go through that way.
That light. Looks like some sort of door. I should be able to reach that ledge now. Scroungers. They've been busy.
So much for hiding.
That should fry it, sir. I have to find a way out of here.
Okay.
Canisters. I might be able to climb my way out.
Okay, looks like I need a... this over.
This thing's stuck. There's gotta be another way to loosen this crate. Better start pulling on canisters if I'm gonna get out of this place. That's no good. Can't use the pullcaster on that.
Can't. There we go. Maybe if I have it at a distance, maybe I can get that last one.
Too high. I need something to help me reach it. I'll look for higher ground so I can pull on that canister.
I mean, I think I know what I need to do. Down below, I need to go up.
I should be able to climb up to that ledge now.
Okay. Apparently need to use the crate to get up there.
It's not gonna go down easy. Maybe there's something here I can use in a fight. Focus might help me. I could blow up the cargo sacks on those bellowbacks. If I time it right, I could do a lot of damage to that frost claw.
Oh, they know I'm here. Okay, that takes care of Frostclaw. Oh, so we got a skunk.
Fire can help here. Get to the core. Quick.
Let's see. Remember, I got that Frostclaw up there I need to salvage.
I'll fill up all I can. Rails usually carry materials to the cauldron's core. I follow them. I find what I'm looking for. I'm not getting anywhere from here. There has to be a way out of this room.
At least with this, I don't have to phase Hephaestus.
Ooh. Going down.
And there's the core. But something tells me I am still gonna have a huge fight on my hands because with these machines down, it does not look good.
Place is pretty damaged.
Well, these down machines, it things look like they're gonna get real tough the second I try to activate the core. Best to look around and get the supplies beforehand. I should set some bombs down.
Let's get these overrides.
I had a feeling.
What are these things? Looks like this regulates the power running through the core. The part's been taken. And it's leaking. I guess that means I can follow its trail. There's something on the other side of that shield. It's hogging onto that. Whatever took it must have climbed out of here. There has to be a way to follow the trail up there.
Yeah, I now know what I need to do. I need to find a way to get in there. What do we have here?
Cargo crate. Could be useful. Is it? I get zapped by that shield. Better try free rack. I think this should do it. We can climb on that bed now.
Once it activates. Come on, jump. Okay, why didn't she jump? I pressed the jump button to jump up. No, up. Okay, why did she not go up? I don't understand this. Why it's not working. I mean, I'm telling, using the sticks to go up and not going up. Why would I want to go down? I want to go up. What is going on here? They really need to fix this, because this is a problem right here, because I'm doing the command to go up and not going up. Are you kidding me? See, with this, they should not have put it on a timer. Because it just makes it, it doesn't make it more challenging, it just makes it more irritating. What makes you think I want to go down? I want to go up. Oh, I hate this vent. I hate it. Come on, go up. I swear, I really am getting sick of this vent. I mean, I go up and I press the button to jump, and it does not do the action. The action does not go through. Come on, jump! No, I swear, I am really getting tired of this vent. With this right here is a big problem. They should not have made it to where it has a timer on it and it flips down. They should not have done that with this event. I don't want to go down. I want to go up. Oh, I swear. I wish they had made it a different way to go to get up there, because this does not make it a challenge. Like I said, it makes it annoying when all I want to simply do is go up. I don't want to go down, I want to go up. I don't want to go down, I want to go up. What is with this stupid thing? I swear, with the this is a big negative right here. If you're trying to have it to where people progress, how are they supposed to progress if they can't even go up a simple vent? Because I'm pressing the button, I'm pressing everything that you're supposed to do to go up. Because I've gone up a bunch of vents before. But it's like that one time with one of them where it won't let me do what I want to do. I'm starting to get irritated with this event. I'm looking it up as to why I can't go up the vent, because to be honest, it's getting on my nerves. It doesn't give me. I don't know why I'm the one that's having the issue with this vent, why it won't let me go up. Because I'm doing everything correctly and it's not letting me go up. Because I know what I need to do is I need to get to that ledge, and that's what I'm trying to do. But the second I get up to the last part on the vent, or this, see, this right here is what I can't stand. It's saying doing that when I don't want to. I want to go up. I mean, I don't know why you can't just let me go up like I have the controller going. If I wanted it to go, if I wanted to go down, I would have gone down. But if they made these event pieces irritating, I just hope if they make a sequel, these are not in the game. Come on. Oh, I hate this vent so much. I didn't say to go down, I said to go up. Oh my god, what is with this stupid thing? This is just like that one other cauldron I went to, and it did this crap. I wanted to go over to the side and it wouldn't let me until I eventually got over. I swear, I'm about to get up on Cauldron Chi because it's not letting me go up a simple vent. I mean, it's right there. I'm pressing the button to go up. And the stupid timing they got on this, it doesn't make this a challenge, it just makes it a complete irritation. What are the developers thinking with this one? Oh, now it lets me go up.
Is that a scrap pile? I've never seen one so big. The machines must be scrapping the cauldron for parts. That's why I stuck around. I'm gonna need my focus if I want to find anything around here. That's not it. Not the part I'm looking for.
Now that I'm up here, I can finally look around for what I'm trying to find.
Don't need that. Still not it. That's not it. Not the part I'm looking for. Don't need that. Found it. Whoa! Didn't like me touching its stuff. Okay, I'm gonna take that part back. To the core before more of those things show up.
Okay, got it. Time to take this back down to where it needs to go.
Don't think I can go back that way. Especially not carrying this.
Wait, which way was it that I came in? Because I'm pretty sure I could take it down from there.
used to be a bridge here. I'll need to reactivate it if I want to get this part across. I should try getting it in closer.
Let's make sure all of them are done so I can get across easily.
That might work. That should make things easier. Again. At least I know I can get back to the core from here.
Thank you for the hydrate, Awa. Yeah, welcome on in. I hope your day's been going well. Thank you for the hydrates. Trying to drown me today, aren't you? Actually, I do need to go and refill my drink to do the hydrates, so I will be right back. Okay, everyone? BRB. Okay, I am back. So I can now do the hydrate that Paula redeemed. Sorry, hydrations. Oh, I hope your day's been going well. I'm currently in a cauldron, and to be honest, this cauldron already has been irritating because I had to get up this vent that had a timer on it, and honest, it was irritating as all get out because it would not let me jump up. Day's been going so far, aside from the irritation of the vent where I wanted to go up and was doing the command for it, and it would not do it. But other than that, I've been doing pretty good.
Didn't like me messing with their scrap.
What? I thought I took. Oh, it's another one of the monkey or lemur machines. I wonder what these are. I'm thinking they're either monkeys or lemurs. Oh great! There's more than one. These things are tough. Mainly because they explode. Do. Okay, let's see. Hey, where's the other one? Okay, let's see if I can sneak up on it. Nope, apparently not. Oh, right. Finally, they're down. Whew. Now that they're down, I can continue and I can get back to getting the core back to where it belongs. There we go. That ought to do it. Of course. They wouldn't let it be that easy. What? You gotta be kidding me. It took out the machine and it also took me out at the same time. That bites. Talk about a zap. He is going to come through here from his path. So speed this up. And down they go. Though I know that won't be the last of them. Oh, best get this. I don't like the sound of that. No doubt something big is gonna come through.
Don't like the sound of that. How about up there? Now I need to reboot it. Or not.
Yep, I was right. It's a big snake. This one shoots purge water.
Don't like the sound of that. I better hurry.
Before I do that, I'm gonna, since I know it'll come out once I put it down, gonna get these first.
Be prepared.
And of course the bombs I had placed, they are gone. Hey, Will, welcome in. Oh, I completely forgot I had the BRB on. Damn it. No, I completely forgot. I was so focused. Going to cook some real feast. Coming back. Okay, Hawa. Get some good food. Sorry about that. I forgot I had the BRB up there after I went and got my water. Welcome in, Willow.
Last one. Starting to lose track.
I'm in a cauldron and I have to fight a giant snake.
There. Now I need to reboot it.
Right after I had to deal with the irritating vent.
Got a piece of it.
kidding me, right? You gotta be kidding me.
I don't like the sound of that. I better hurry.
Guess I place these here, so when it does get near them, it will they will blow up on it, on the snake.
Got enough on the field for now.
Gotta make sure I have all the mushrooms that are in here. I'm doing Legos. Ah, what are you building with the Legos, Willow? A World War I Mark V tank. Nice. I went to the Canadian War Museum in Ottawa today. Got that as a souvenir. Nice. Okay, third time's the charm, I guess, with the snake.
Or not. I'm not giving up.
Ah, crap, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to get hit by it. Hey, wait, where'd all my berries go? I know I had more than this.
like the sound of that. I better hurry.
Where's that other mushroom? There's one left in here. Ah, there it is. Okay, maybe 4 times the charm.
There. Now I need to reboot it. Or not.
And down it goes.
Nothing I'm about done with this place. It looks like the core is
Woo!
loaded.
That was tough.
Try this again.
Whew.
These machine overrides should come in handy.
All right, let's see what we got. All right, we got a Frost Claw, Red Eye Watcher, Shell Walker, Climberjaw, Behemoth,
Looks like I'll have to restore some of these old ones.
Stalker, Shell Snapper, Smite Snout, Scorcher, Fireclaw, and that looks like that's all of them. Whew.
Guess I'm blasting my way out of here.
This cauldron was tough, but I would have to say the toughest one would have to have been the one where I had we were trying to capture Hephaestus. I'd say that one was the toughest. Whew.
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks. Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith base.
You're right. I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But if you ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little invention.
Does the weapon work? Without self-destructing?
Of course it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
Enough, both of you. We're in this together, at least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
Oh, no. You first.
Yeah, I can already tell they don't like each other at all very much.
Better get everyone in the control room so Tilda can tell us what she knows about the Zenith base. Focus. It's Varl's. I used to think no Nora would ever accept one, but Varl did. Even when he was overwhelmed, he refused to let me push him away.
Did you see Katala's new armor? I never thought I'd see metal bound to flesh in that way.
Yeah, he seems happy with it. Probably because he could crush me like a grape with it.
That is a happy thought. Aloy, it appears that we have some interesting new guests. I'm glad to see you're okay, though. I heard you gave the Tenakth something to talk about. I was half expecting you to burst in through the ceiling riding a Sunwing.
Sorry to disappoint. Have you talked to any of our new friends?
Erend and I tried speaking to Sylens, but apparently our tribal prattle is unnecessary.
Charming, isn't he? Ready to head over to the Zenith base?
Whatever comes, we will endure.
Thoughts on our new Zenith acquaintance?
I'd say she smells like death, but even death smells of something. She's more like a cold piece of metal, bent on repelling all semblance of life.
She's definitely different. I have to go. I trust you to keep things civil around here.
I'll make sure Erend doesn't punch Sylens in the face, if that's what you mean.
Though I'm pretty sure after all the stuff Sylens has put Aloy through, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't mind Erend doing that.
Aloy, you came back with some interesting friends.
Wish I could say we don't need them, but Sylens and Tilda are here for a reason. Even Regalla.
Yeah, enemy of my enemy and all that, right?
Right. I guess Sylens is keeping to himself, as usual.
I was hoping he'd give me an excuse to hammer his sorry ass to the ground.
Please don't.
You telling me you wouldn't want to get just one good hit on that smug face of his? After everything he's done?
Sure. Later. Right now, he's got something we need. Doesn't look like any of our guests are making trouble.
Yet. So, Katala tells me you flew. Well, that's new. I've been busting my balls trying to learn to read. You're out there having all the fun.
Don't worry. They'll be getting all the fun you can handle soon. With the Zeniths.
Looking forward to it.
You, talked to Tilda at all?
I tried. I don't think even a hot forge could melt that ice. And you say she wants to help?
I think so. Well, let's hope. I better get going.
Oh, you know where to find me.
Aloy, you flew? Kotallo told me, and took out Regalla's machines? You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised. I saw we have visitors, and a new weapon. Does this mean we're ready to take the fight to the Zeniths?
Almost.
Oh, and I wanted to give you this, for helping me get the data on Leviathan. I didn't really know what to give you, so I asked Zoe what you might like.
Thanks, Alpha. I'll put it to good use. Are you okay?
I was wondering, is it really safe having someone like Regalla here? She seems angry. The kind of angry that leads to murdering people in their sleep.
Don't worry. We're going to point that anger in the right direction. The Zeniths.
If you say so.
I hope our new guests have been behaving.
This Silence, he's the one who built the weapon that can take down Zenith shields?
He is. Though I wouldn't expect him to answer any questions about it. He refuses to dole out his secrets to us lesser mortals.
Oh.
You know that special part of us that makes us warm, kind, welcoming?
Our spirit?
Yeah. He was born without that.
Throwing Silence right under the bus.
You sure you're okay going on this mission? I know things must be happening pretty fast for you.
I've already braved oceans and madmen who thought they were ancestors reborn. Why not a few immortals with lethal drones at their command, too?
Guess the more the merrier. I suppose you saw that Tilda is here. Our very own Zenith.
I almost went up to her to ask her, well, every question I've ever had about the legacy. Every diviner I know would kill to get 5 minutes with one of the old ones. But now that she's here, all I feel is a vague unease. I don't know if I'm scared of finding out more uncomfortable truths, or just scared of her. Probably both.
Have you looked through the data we recovered on Leviathan?
There is much to sort through still, but I believe we'll be able to get it operational and turn back the floods. And I've given more thought to everything we've uncovered about the ancestors. The Overseers would have us believe they were infallible paragons. But Pharaoh wasn't. Not even close. His greed led to machines that devoured the world. The archive of the Old One's knowledge destroyed, just to erase his mistakes. So, when we learned that Eileen had a hand in covering up hundreds of deaths, I started to think they were all the same. Selfish, egotistical, cruel. But, in the end, it's not that simple. The truth isn't a straight line of ink on a crisp scroll. It's a splatter, smudged, and faded on stained parchment. I wish more Quen could see that, instead of looking the other way, or twisting the truth to serve their own schemes.
I doubt Bohai would agree with you.
No, nor the rest of the Board of Overseers. As Eileen said, it's easier to believe the lie is truth, but it's worth fighting for. And this diviner, at least, won't settle for anything less. For that, I thank you, Aloy.
I need to wrap up a few things, but stay sharp.
I'll be ready when you call.
Okay, let's... If we're able to talk to Silence... Tilda, and I wonder if we're able to talk to Regalla.
There you are.
Hey, Erend.
These rebel holdouts don't give up easily.
I see you've got your new arm ready to go.
Yes. It still feels strange. I've gotten used to the absence, but no matter. I'm sure I will need it before the attack on the Zenith base is through.
Haven't seen you since the battle at the Grove. How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am inspired.
Thank you, I guess.
It is I who should be thanking you.
Look, I know you're probably not happy about keeping Regala around, but I want her on our side when we fight the Zeniths.
It is more than she deserves. Even so, I will not question your judgment.
Thank you, Kotallo. You nervous about the mission ahead?
If I live, it will be in victory. If I die, it will be in battle. What matters most is that you achieve your objective.
I'll do my best. Anything new going on I should know about?
The Quen has been more insistent than usual, asking about the visions at the Grove. Her pursuit of knowledge is relentless. The Ten would have a hard time fighting her off.
Just think of her like one of your chaplains.
Yes. Only more persistent.
Things will get ugly once the Zeniths realize we're in their base. You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
I would have it no other way. Many soldiers died in the old world to make sure we stood here today. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intend to defeat the Zenith's defenses without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're ready to fight.
As you say. You have more than earned my trust.
Think you're ready to put all your training to the test?
I am Tenakth. I am always ready.
Did you meet Tilda?
There is something about her that doesn't seem natural. I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and she didn't bleed at all.
Honestly, with her, nothing would surprise me.
Well, they are kind of, sort of immortal. Probably why.
I bet people are curious about that new arm of yours.
None more than our Quen ally, I assure you. She couldn't wait to take it apart and figure out how it works. I gave her the data I used to build the thing, hoping that would satisfy her curiosity instead.
Good luck with that. Your people keep mentioning the wings of the Ten. What exactly does it mean?
The visions tell us that the Ten flew on great metal machines with wings and leapt into battle from the sky. For us, to imitate this feat is the ultimate expression of martial prowess. It is why the challengers leap into the arena during the Kulrut. And now, you have done it. Like the deeds of the Ten themselves, it will never be forgotten. So, tell me, how did it feel?
I won't lie. Pretty good.
I can only imagine.
That's called a paratrooper, sir. I thank you for your left arm. Welcome back, Hawa. I hope you got some good food.
I have to go. But I'll be briefing everyone on the plan soon.
Understood.
Yeah, Kotallo, he lost his arm early in the game, but we did a side mission where he gets a new robotic arm.
Welcome back, Aloy. Well done, Aloy. Despite
How is the volume of the characters talking? There's no double audio for you, is there?
You're truly a shining example of Liz's fortitude.
I've been thinking about what you said at your house. How you were friends with Elizabeth. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Perceptive as ever. You're right, we were together for a time.
Okay, good to hear. Because last couple of streams, I noticed there was double audio, which I don't know what was causing it.
By my 30s,
Whenever the
I
characters
started
talk, it would always have like an echo to it.
And then I met Liz. We kept running into each other at conferences. We'd have coffee. At some point, it became drinks. I thought it was just shop talk, an exchange of ideas, but then I was surprised at how much I looked forward to seeing her. Soon we were flying halfway across the world every other week just to meet up. For the first time, I didn't feel lonely. I could imagine a future where I wasn't. I think Liz felt the same way at first. She had lost her mother a few years back. I filled a void for her. I know I did. But as time passed, it seemed as though she wanted less when I wanted more. And so we ended things.
So helping me, restoring Elizabeth's dream, it's what,
a second chance, yes. I made a mistake leaving Earth while Liz stayed behind. I should have done more. So when I saw you, a woman who has carved her own remarkable path, beyond even what made Liz a phenomenon, I knew I had to help you. To do right by her.
Ace OG, welcome on in. I hope your day's been going well. The one that was killed when we rescued Beta didn't bleed at all when she was stabbed. Yep, talking with the Zeniths. I'm going around talking to all the companions before we go into the final battle, because I'm pretty sure that's what's going to be leading up to next.
You said before that you're not like the other Zeniths. That you never were. But you went along with all of their plans.
Out of necessity. I'm not proud of it. But complicity became a means of survival, both when Earth was consumed and when the colony on Sirius was destroyed. I did what I had to. But I resolved to remain one step ahead of the others, to try to undo what damage I could. Hence the data channel with Beta. The secret passage into their base and the little trick I pulled to save you.
I actually kind of like how they did the effect with the Zeniths, where, because I can tell there's definitely a mesh around them. I like it how they did it where it's all translucent, but when it hits light, you can see it.
Why did you make the data channel look like your house?
I built that house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place, not just for me, but for the art stored in its depths. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly, some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
Why do you think Elizabeth pulled away?
I've wondered that for 1,000 years. She was brilliant, visionary. She cared so deeply for the world, for the betterment of humanity. But it also felt like she kept everyone at arm's length, including me. She never wanted to share her burdens. I think, in the end, she had a core that she never let anyone be part of. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really knew her.
I found a recording of you and Elizabeth back in the Proving Lab after Farzineth's attempt to steal Gaia.
Yes. A most unpleasant conversation.
She said something after the call. I think she regretted how things ended between you.
Did she? All this time, thank you for telling me. I've always hated that those were the last words we ever said to each other. And that her last impression of me was as a functionary of Far Zenith, not who I truly am.
Well, what do you expect when you tried to steal a copy of Gaia?
When it's time to break into the Zenith base, what can we expect?
I'll go over the full layout once you've assembled your friends. Suffice it to say, we will need to push as fast as possible to Beta and Gaia's location, dealing with heavy resistance along the way. There are also printing facilities where the others have been amassing the natural resources they've stripped from the region.
What for?
First for use in the base's infrastructure, and then to fabricate more Spectre drones, a small army of them.
When I was out in the wilds, I saw a shuttle take off from the island, heading for space.
It was likely ferrying materials to and from our ship in orbit. After hundreds of years luxuriating in our digital comforts, the ship was barely space-worthy when we made our escape. Disaster can strike at any moment, we've learned.
Which means that ship is probably still in space.
Have you figured out how Silence's weapon works?
No, and he's been very careful not to allow me near it. I'll admit it bothers me, but regardless of how it functions, I am confident it will deactivate the other shields en masse.
How many of them are in the base?
10, including Eric and Gerard. Only a handful of us made it to our ship when our colony collapsed.
Wait, she said there's 10 Zeniths. I won't counter a few of them, so if all of them have personal shields, this could be tough.
So, Eric. Was he always a bloodthirsty psychopath?
I believe he got worse over time. On Earth, he was the founder of a profitable private military company. A band of cutthroats, in other words. Even as governments abandoned human combatants in favor of automated warfare. He found success with clientele that required a more personal touch. There were also rumors that he personally hunted and killed his targets. On occasion, all for the thrill of it. But on Sirius, he retreated to virtual reality simulations. In them, he could go on rampages as violent as he pleased, though I suspect with diminishing satisfaction.
Alva's tribe believes he was one of the greatest people from the old world.
Then they would be quite disappointed to meet him, though I'm sure he'd bask in the adoration.
What can you tell me about Gerard?
He was the head of the world's largest financial conglomerate, and as such had dealings with almost every major corporation. It made him one of the wealthiest people on Earth, and certainly the wealthiest among Far Zenith.
What does one person do with that much money?
Buy more power, more influence. Gerard's always believed himself to be a refined patrician, able to maintain control with a polished smile. But beneath that exterior is a cold and calculating operator. It was his decision to restrict Beta's upbringing to her digital educators, the avatars of the Apollo database, while we were painted as her benefactors.
No doubt we'll get a hold of Apollo. It's going to be a lot more advanced version than the one that was meant for Zero Dawn.
When he realizes we've beaten him.
When Beta escaped and hid in an ancient research facility, I saw another one of the Zeniths, Verbena. Who was she?
A dull star amidst a sea of brighter constellations. Unlike most of Far Zenith's members who amassed their wealth through shrewd business deals and technological achievements, Verbena inherited her billions. Her father had achieved great success in the luxury holotourism industry. At age 24, she became the world's most eligible bachelorette, branding herself a life designer. Someone who leverages their fame to influence the choice of others.
What? Like a cult?
In a way, yes.
Well, she must have done something right to have survived this long.
She was her own brand of ruthless. That much is true. But even rats can cling to a vessel for escape.
Okay, let's learn about the rest of them.
Okay, so I've had run-ins with a handful of Zeniths. What about the rest?
An array of the wealthiest people on Earth. Titans of their industries.
And let me guess, all selfish and ruthless to the core?
Most, but not all. There were a few with whom I got along. Annika Murjani, for instance, was always delightful. She founded the Holonet's most successful dance channel and was herself mesmerizing to watch. And I had fascinating discussions with Song Jiao about her work in cellular biology. Our immortality treatments are due in part to her achievements. But then there were others like Devin Miller, the CEO of a fast food printing corporation. His only real preoccupations were perfecting his golf swing and taking self-hollows. When I think about all of us, we really should have accomplished more. We had eternity.
Okay. I'll let you know when it's time.
I'll be here until then. And thank you, Aloy, for giving me this chance. My past has always been a struggle. More than once I've lost everything. But when I look to the future, I see Liz's dream fulfilled. A universe of new possibilities.
Maybe we can make it happen.
We will.
Best to have all the info on the Zeniths, because who knows, there might be a weakness in what she's told us. Now, where is Silence?
I'm gonna clean my gear later. I can do yours.
Where is Silence? Okay, desk is hollow.
There's Gwen stuff in here now. Must be all of us.
Ah, we got some really good stuff.
Yeah, this file's crazy. Why would anyone use oil?
Ah, there's Silence. Let's see on upgrade. Let's see which ones I can do. I can do the Ravager in the room where we do overrides. Yep. Let's see which ones I'm able to do. I know I can do that one. This one. Nice, I can do the Frost Claw. Wait, what? Damn, I'm missing a webbing. And I'm missing a horn and a nerf for that. I need 2 more ears and primary nerf. I think the reason these don't show up is it's probably because I do know that there is going to be a DLC for Horizon Forbidden West that's coming out in April. So maybe that's why these are blank for right now, is because we need to wait for the DLC to come out before we can do these.
Bravo. You managed to sway a Zenith to your side. Care to explain?
Not a chance. I thought you said the weapon was ready.
There's always room to optimize. But that's not why you're here. I assume you want to comprehend my undertakings. So, ask away.
Since when were you so forthcoming?
Since you turned this into a waiting game. And as it seems you have found modest success, perhaps I'm willing to be generous.
Tell me about the weapon. How does it work?
I've upgraded the delivery system. It now emits a wave-like effect covering a significant distance.
That doesn't fully answer my question.
No, but I'd be a fool to reveal its inner workings. After all, why did you withhold your plan for dealing with the Zenith drones? Yes, even you can appreciate the value of secrecy when warranted. Suffice it to say that the weapon will work. The intricacies of how is knowledge that is mine alone.
Okay, so your big plan, everything you've been manipulating for the last few months. Let me see if I got this straight. You learned about the Zeniths from Hades when you interrogated it. Then you came up with a plan to defeat them by using a Tenakth army and that weapon. And to get the Tenakth to fight for you, or rather the Sons of Prometheus, armed Regalla's rebels with override tech.
Did you have an actual question, or are you still playing catch-up?
So all this time, even before I found the coordinates at the Spire, you were out here scheming. Why couldn't you just tell me?
When I learned of the Zenith's return to Earth, I laid out my plans. I knew I would one day require an army of overzealous Tenakth to assault the Zenith base. The casualties would be extreme. And I knew you would never allow such a sacrifice, no matter how necessary. Thus, I devised a means to remove your interference from the equation. At the Hades Proving Lab.
Why help Regalla take over? If you wanted an army, you could have just gone to Hekarro.
Before Regalla's rebellion, Hekarro was only concerned with battling machines and fostering friendships with the Carja. Even if I gained his ear, he would never agree to send his forces to battle a threat he couldn't understand.
So helping a bloodthirsty exile was easier.
Yes, exceedingly so. All Regalla craved was war against the Carja and anyone who threatens the Tenakth.
Plus, she had a thing. Plus, she had a vendetta against Hekarro. That might explain why Regalla helped take over the Tenakth, and then she would use them to attack the base. But stop that, and now I have it where Regalla, she's going to be fighting the Zeniths for us.
Why create the Sons of Prometheus? You didn't need a bunch of Oseram tinkerers to make override tech.
They were a necessary safeguard. My time serving Hades and the Eclipse demonstrated the risks of getting directly involved. Through the Sons of Prometheus, I could execute my plans, all while remaining anonymous.
You wanted me to surrender to the Zeniths at the Hades Proving Lab. They almost killed me.
Based on everything I knew about them, I concluded they would find you a useful asset, thereby keeping you out of harm's way and, more importantly, out of my way.
So you really didn't know they had their own clone of Elizabeth?
No. Unfortunately, there was no way I could have known that particular detail.
Detail? Well, I guess if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here today. While I was out there, I had a couple run-ins with the Quen.
The tribe from across the ocean. And?
Their entire tribe was shaped around the discovery focuses. One of them, Alva, even joined me here. Don't you want to know more about them?
No. They stumbled upon the greatest technological artifact from the ancient world, and what did they do with it? They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in mysticism and taboo, creating a pantheon out of corporate shields.
Yes, well, it also led them to Thebes.
Did it now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we do if they do a sequel to this game, there no doubt we probably will have more runs in with the Quen.
So those run-ins with the Quen I mentioned. On one of them I teamed up with their expedition to search Thebes. We found Pharaoh at the end.
You must have needed Omega clearance. So, what was it like?
Worse than you can imagine.
He single-handedly wiped out collective human knowledge. I'm sure it was still less than he deserved.
Let me guess. You would have scraped him into a jar so you could prod his brain, like what you did with Hades.
for a start.
Of course, he would do that.
Alright, Silence. I think I've talked to you long enough. I'll let you know when it's time to go. And try not to mess with Tilda while you're in here, okay? I don't need the two of you butting heads.
Ah, yes. About your Zenith ally. I wonder if you understand what kind of person you're dealing with. For someone to live as long as she has, outlast as many calamities, well, your goals may be aligned now, but I'd watch for the moment they diverge.
Yeah, I'm aware. Reminds me of someone else I know.
Survival is only a necessity to my greater purpose, Aloy. I'd hoped you'd recognize that by now.
Do you know something or not?
Oh, I know a great deal of things. But on this, just call it a feeling.
Oh, a feeling? You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
I get it because of how he always is usually cold and calculating all the time.
We've never played Machine Strike together.
Oh no. I got enough trouble with Kotallo, always kicking my ass.
Who says I'm any good at it?
The way my luck's going.
Before I do, I'm gonna make sure everything is all loaded up because I got supplies in, so best to make sure everything good to go. Okay, need to go over to my stash. There we go. Okay, we talked to everyone. It is now time.
Okay. Maybe it's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. But is there anything I should handle before that? Alright, people. I need you up in the control room, right away. Okay, everyone. We all know what's at stake. Beta, Gaia. Not to mention life on Earth. Now, it might seem like the Zeniths are invincible, but they're not. We've got what it takes to break into their base and defeat them. We even have one of them on our side. Tilda, show us the base.
It is constructed atop the ruins of an ancient military facility on an island to the southwest. I can get us inside. To this location, undetected.
How exactly?
You'll know when you need to. Once inside, our goal will be this structure. The launch tower. Gaia and Beta are being held at the top. But along the way, we will face overwhelming resistance. Most importantly from Gerard, Eric, and the others. But also...
Once I take away their shields, we should be able to deal with them. But it will be easier to deploy the device if someone else is carrying it. I'll need a strong back.
Carry stuff? Yeah, I can do that.
Even if your device works, there will still be Spectre drones, scores of them.
If only we had an army to fight them.
I've got that under control. You'll know when you need to. All right. We'll meet up again just before we go in. Where's the best place to rendezvous?
On the coast, just across from the island. Once there, I'll show you the way.
Okay. I'll let you know when I arrive at the rendezvous point. And then you can join me. In the meantime, do whatever you need to prepare. Understood? You two? A minute? Tilda helped me get in touch with Beta, and she told me something important. There's an installation inside the base. It's called a regulator. Here. Once we're inside, I need you two to split off from everyone else and destroy it. So you'll have to bring explosives. This will help stop the drones. Everything depends on it. You with me? After that, I want you to find a way to infiltrate the Zenith network.
How?
Go over all the data that Beta left behind. She knew how to do it, I'm sure of that.
All right. But why? What am I trying to do?
Find information about the Zeniths. Anything Tilda's not telling us. Silence is right about one thing. There's no way we can take her on her word.
I'll do my best.
Keep her safe, okay?
On my life.
Okay. This morning I already talked to all of them. I guess there's something new.
Finally doing this.
Never thought I'd be off on a mission to take down a bunch of immortals from the stars. I can hear the drinking songs already.
Varl made the right call. You know, bringing you here.
Thanks. Yeah, Varl. You know, I never knew he had a sister. I found out a few days before you guys went to Gemini. I was, well, to be honest, I was terrified I'd screw up the mission somehow. So he sat me down for a drink. Just one, mind you. And we talked about family. Vala, Ursa, loss and revenge. How you helped us.
You know, we never did get that drink you promised back in the Embrace. And you never told me exactly how your sister escaped the Mad Sun King.
I guess we never got around to it. World ending and all. No time like the present, though. If you're up for it.
If that one's not working right, you can have one of my spare focuses, you know.
Yeah, little bugger's got some personality, that's all. Saved my butt with those specters. Wouldn't feel right to leave it behind now. You know, besides, it goes with my outfit.
Wouldn't want to spoil your look. You think it's time for us to finally have that drink?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Oh.
So, how did Ursa escape Mad Sun King Jiran's palace?
Well, first she had to survive the Sun Ring. See, during the war, the Karja threw a prisoner a day in there. And, you know, for what? to die as sacrifices fighting machines in a pit. Thinking somehow that was gonna appease all the other deranged machines in the world? Ha! And when it was Ursa's turn, the Carja thought she'd go down if they threw a big machine at her.
Oh, but she didn't.
And she defeated all of them. Even got some of Jiran's Kestrels for good measure. And the mad Sun King was impressed, I guess. Thought it'd be funny to have her run around his palace as a servant. He enjoyed humiliating her that way.
I remember you telling me something about that. That's how she met Avad. He helped her escape.
Yeah, but what no Carja scroll will ever tell you is how the young prince snuck Ursa out of the palace. He knew their best chance was to get Ursa to blend in, so he got her everything she needed to disguise herself as a Carja noblewoman. Yeah, perfumes, veils, and all.
I get the feeling she wasn't too happy with that.
Oh man, Ursa would have rather fought her way out of that palace with her bare hands than put on all of that Carja eye paint. But Avad insisted it was the only way, so she agreed under one condition. Avad had to dress up as well.
She made Avad dress up like a noblewoman?
As perfumed and powdered as a babe. Ursa said he looked better like that than he ever did in a crown.
That would definitely make for an interesting
That's
sight.
funny. That is real funny right there.
Like a charm too. Not only did they make it out of the palace, they paid a traveling merchant to get Ursa to the border, and none were the wiser.
You were right. That was a story best told over a drink.
All good stories are.
I guess I should get going.
I'll see you at the rendezvous point, with my hammer ready.
I wouldn't have it any other way. I hope everybody's ready for this. Fighting the Zeniths isn't going to be easy.
Aloy, nothing you do ever is. At least, now you don't have to do it alone.
Thanks. You and Aaron seem to be on better terms now.
He may have terrible taste in music, but he did apologize for mocking my tribe. And that ale he keeps raving about isn't half bad. I still plan on beating that stubborn face of his to break our sparring stalemate.
Try not to hurt him too bad. Everyone here, training, working together. If it weren't for Varl, none of it would have happened.
You know, there was this one night, right before Varl left with you to go to Gemini. He realized I was having trouble sleeping. I was nervous about the mission. To be honest, I think we both were. So, he asked me to join him in Gaia's dome. He brought up this hologram of Earth that you two found back in the Zenith launch facility. We sat there, just looking at it. I thought about how Plainsong was just a speck on that great sphere. How every corner of it must be teeming with life. And any fears I had about our mission were gone. I miss him terribly.
I know. I should go. I'll let you know when I'm ready to head to the base.
Before you do, there is one favor I would ask of you.
What is it?
You placed this focus in my care, and gave me the highest calling an Utaru has ever known. If I should fall in battle, I'd like you to be the one to bury my seed pouch. For the both of us.
So,
make sure you stay alive to do so.
let's just try to all come back home. Okay? You nervous?
I'd be lying if I said I'm not slightly apprehensive.
The plan will work if we all focus on our assignments.
Right.
I want you to know I'm glad you're with us, Alva.
Whatever happens.
Can't wait to see what we'll encounter, but no doubt we're going to encounter a lot more of those specters, and no doubt probably new variants of them as well.
Katala will protect you inside the Zenith base.
I'm not afraid. I know Katala will fulfill his duty, as will I. If we die doing so, at least it'll be alongside a friend.
I'd rather you both stay alive, if you don't mind.
We'll try and keep that in mind.
Once all this is over, will you go back across the ocean?
I don't know. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. If I go back, I don't even know if they'd let me keep this focus you gave me. Or
They probably won't. They'll probably take it and see what's on it.
even if I somehow were allowed to carry on my duties as a diviner, would I be willing to let the truths I've learned about the ancestors be buried away by the Board of Overseers? Would I dare challenge them and risk my family's safety? Or losing Federa?
Who's this Federa you mentioned?
She is another diviner. One of our best. We used to be rivals at the academy. I hated her guts. But apparently there's a fine line between hate and love. We became very close, and then I was assigned to the expedition. She promised she'd wait for me, no matter how long it took.
Well, that was smart of her. She won't do any better.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do. The rest of us should be enough of a distraction to the Zeniths for you to hack into their network undetected. But you'll have to be quick, in case they do.
What exactly do you expect me to find, Aloy?
I don't know. The truth, if we're lucky. I need to get going.
I'll be at the rendezvous point.
Regala is in Beta's room. Ah, that's where Regala is. Oh. Where's the table?
So, you return.
Okay, still can't get that part on with that armor.
Something else?
I'll be going.
As you wish.
Aloy. Shall
She's probably just gonna have the same stuff like Silence did. So next up is Katala, then
how are you
Regala.
Feeling about the mission?
I do not know everything that you have planned, but it doesn't matter. All that remains is to follow you to the end, whatever that will be.
Thank you, Kotallo. I'm glad all this brought us together.
You brought us together, and I am grateful too. Oh, and by the way, I was hoping now would be a good time to go back to the Tremortusk site and test my new arm, before we leave on our mission.
Right. I'll let you know when I can make my way there.
Thank you.
I wonder why he's asking that, because we already did that.
We didn't really get
That has to be an error right there, because we already went to the Tremortusk site and tested out his arm.
Nothing more to say. If he were to Noct, Varl's bravery would have earned him sacred burial at the Grove, among the most distinguished of our tribe's warriors.
I guess it has to be an error on that their part, because we already did the mission with his arm.
I will have the Inkers etch his memory on my skin, so that it may live on.
I'm sure he'd be honored. Now that training time is over, what's on your mind?
The Bulwark, the Kulrut, and how we need another miracle if we're to survive the Zenith base.
I'll try not to let you down.
I know you will not.
I'll see you soon then.
He always does. Ah. Ah, there's Regala. Just, you said Soji.
This place smells wrong. No sand or wind, only cold steel. And the others up there, your squad.
They can hold their own. As for this base, it may not be what you're used to, but it is a shelter.
Call it what it is. A cage.
You came here on your own.
For the battle you promised. So for now I wait in my cage for your word. Tell me when to strike.
The whole time I've been in the West, I've been fighting you and your rebels. I'd at least like to know why.
You were among the enemy. What more is there to know?
Why did you do it?
Dork, Jaroka, Makalo, and the Karja pushed into the desert to raid our people. My brother's squad was among the first to intercept them. But the Karja captured them, strung them up, and burned them alive as an example. It was too late. I found them by the sound of their screams.
So you wanted vengeance?
Vengeance? No. I wanted devastation. To tear down the Karja's cities and drown the land in blood. Hunt down every last survivor and grind their bones until the sky chokes on the dust. But my chief betrayed me. Betrayed the Tenakth.
How did Hekarro betray you?
Hekarro called on the clans to resist the Karja's red raids. But we did more than just defend. We hunted them, and they fled as children before a pack of claw striders all the way to their border. There we ripped down their stone walls. Their domain was ours for the taking. But when it came time to push on, Hekarro ordered us to fall back. What soldier retreats when slaughter is at hand?
The kind who wants peace for their people.
Peace is just a lull between vendettas. But I thought my chief had greater tactics in mind, so I stood by him, even when he allowed that filthy Karja to join our ranks.
Fashav.
I enjoyed watching him die at the embassy. He should have been put down when we first captured him on the field. Instead, Hekarro made him a marshal.
Fashav told me how he became a marshal. He earned it just like any Tenakth.
It was an insult. No Outlander could ever deserve to wear our armor, bear our marks. And then a Karja messenger was brought before us? That's when I knew.
Ow.
I had to run.
Hey Lily, welcome in. I hope your day's been going well.
Treacherous corpse to the gates of the sun.
Yeah, today I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West. Just going through some of the companion dialogue before going on to the final battle.
What happened when the Karja messenger appeared before Hekarro?
The quivering priest bore a message from their new king. No more war. No more raids. Suddenly the Karja wanted to talk peace. An embassy at the very fortress we tore down? A true Tenakth would never take a Karja truce. Their blood exists to be spilled. But Hekarro lapped up the priest's message. He showed himself a Karja-loving traitor.
One we're talking to is Regala. She has been one of the main antagonists in the game. However, once she was captured, I decided to let her live in order for her to help us with the fight.
I vowed never to rest until the debt was repaid.
I could have killed her once she was captured, but that would just be a waste.
So with an army of soldiers and machines at my back, I returned. The day you got in my way.
The deal you made. Override tech in exchange for an assault on the Zenith base. How did Sylens approach you?
That name means nothing to me. My agreement was with Oseram mercenaries.
So all this time, you didn't even know who you were really dealing with? And you trusted a group of Outlanders?
If it was a trick, I would have crushed them. But they offered me the chance to run the Karja down with machines. The terror in your enemy's eyes when they see you charge. You know what I'm talking about. I bet you felt it.
I don't think so. What about your end of the deal? Would you have honored it?
Had I killed Hekarro and become chief, these Zeniths would have been the first of the tribe's victories. But because of you, my people will continue to consort with the enemy. A tribe of weaklings.
Because of me, hundreds of Tenakth won't throw away their lives in a battle they can't win. Are you really going to fight alongside me?
I have no reason to betray you.
Really?
I failed to kill Hekarro? Failed to eliminate you? No Tenakth would follow me now. The Karja remain out of my reach, cowering behind their walls. All I have left are the screams of those long dead and unending rage. So show me where to bury it.
All
right, looks like it's all everyone.
The end soon enough.
Ever since you got in my way, I've wanted to see your bones burned white beneath the sun. But if I'm to die in battle, then it might as well be with the one who flew with the wings of the Ten.
I'll let you know when it's time to move out.
I thought I talked to everyone because this talk to your companions optional. I thought I did talk to everyone. What's in here? I don't think I opened this door.
Looks like some kind of maintenance space.
Did you need something, Aloy? Would you like to
Thank you for the scream, Willow.
I should be going.
I'll be making fun.
Yep, that is the sight scream from a series I like to watch called like, it was a really good series. And the scream is of two of the main characters, Sean and Gus, like around the screen going, so good. Okay, let's see. Ah, there it is. There's my Sunwing. All right, time to head. And time to head out. Really wish they had given us the ability to do the Sunwing, but I guess they didn't because they knew it would take less time for people to complete the game if they had.
My focus might show me more. It's fun flying over the map. You get to see everything from a new perspective. Flying through a sandstorm. Why not?
Oh yes, we are gonna fly through it. You can get it in New Game Plus. Ah. I had a feeling there'd be a New Game Plus because the last game did have a New Game Plus on it. Almost to the rendezvous site.
There. Rendezvous point. I should take care of everything I can before calling in the others to attack the Zenith base.
Okay, if you proceed past this point, you'll be locked into a singularity and the open world will be unavailable for the duration of this quest. Okay. So this point. Okay, so I think what I'll do. Oh, I can't save. Yes. Let me see what level I need to be for the mission, so I know I'm ready. Level 35. I'm completely ready. I'm level 40. Here we go.
Okay, everyone. I'm at the rendezvous point. It's time to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Understood, Aloy. We're on our way.
Aloy.
Where are the others?
Not far behind.
Egghead here couldn't stand traveling with the pack.
Are we all here? Then let's begin.
A tunnel.
An ancient escape route from the ruins on the island. When I realized it ran all the way across the water, I thought it might prove useful to come and go undetected. So I concealed it from the others. Shall we?
I wish there was a less pungent way to get way inside the base.
Agreed.
There's the launch tower. That plane offers a little cover, so the only viable path is through there. There will be Spectres guarding it, and many more can be deployed from those hangars.
All right. Alva, Kotallo, get to it.
Where are they going?
Somewhere important. Erend, you're with me. You guys, take the high ground in case we need covering fire.
Tactically sound, I suppose. What will she do?
There's a sensor node nearby. If I hack into it, I should be able to scramble the network and keep you undetected. But not for long.
Then we should proceed.
One more thing. Open up the channel to Beta. Audio only. Aloy. We're here, and we're coming for you. You know what to do, right?
As long as you hold up your end.
We will. See
Time to get to it.
Careful.
Let's go.
Get to the launch tower as quickly as possible. I'll do my best to conceal our intrusion.
Beware, Aloy. Spectres ahead.
Company. Follow my lead.
That's what I do.
Could use acid against it.
anytime you're ready.
It's here when you want it. This'll help.
Don't mind me, I'm not even here.
I'll follow you in. I think there's a cave up there that might get us through that ridge.
Let's climb up to it.
Are we gonna attack or what?
What's in this backpack, Metal Bricks?
Aloy, Alva and I are closing in on the regulator.
Keep me posted.
Hey, how am I supposed to get up to climb onto that? Oh crap. So much for that. Looks like, and so much for sneaking. Looks like we gotta fight him.
Gotta get more hits in before the plasma blast.
Let's smash these now finish this. Boy, you stop.
Much better.
Show that piece of junk. Aloy, you okay? I can keep going.
think you're right.
Okay, with those out of the way, maybe now we can get up there. Figure out how to do it.
It's creepy in here.
Don't worry. I'll protect you.
I wish I had a glider. I guess I'll find another way.
There's a lot of dead machines on this island.
We killed a great many when we landed here. Their salvage may prove useful to you now.
Another Spectre.
Sneak or fight, you choose. How about just leave it here then? Live long, kill your enemy.
Fire won't help here.
Take this and take him down.
Aloy's under attack! Cover her!
Firing!
Okay, that's not fair. So not fair at all.
It's creepy in here.
Don't worry. I'll protect you.
I wish I had a glider. I guess I'll find another way across.
There's a lot of dead machines on this island.
We killed a great many when we landed here. Their salvage may prove useful to you now.
Another Spectre.
Sneak or fight, you choose.
Tired yet?
Yep.
Made it through without a fight.
Yeesh. These plants are weird. I'll grab it if you need it.
With who?
Here we go.
These Spectres are good spots!
We can take this one, Aloy! Keep moving!
That Stormbird carcass should get us over the gap.
I hate Stormbirds. But I guess, yeah, dead one's handy, though.
Yep, dead one's handy. Operational one's not so much.
Hey, you remember the good old days when our only worry was whether Meridian would be destroyed? You know, instead of the whole world?
Oh yeah. Good times.
More Spectres. I'll
Machines
attack
weak
with
against
you.
plasma.
Crap, there's 3 of them.
Pick it up. You need it?
air. Up this rock. We're gonna have to climb around this corner.
I think I'll try not to complain.
I can see the way forward. Keep moving.
Going as fast as we can. You all right?
Sort of. How many specters does Zenith have?
More than we want to fight at once, that's for sure. Oh. I could use that weapon if I can get to it.
Down it
Up the
goes.
slab.
Gets a blood flow, doesn't it? How many times do I have to hit this thing?
Aloy, Alva and I are in position.
Do it. Blow the regulator.
A moment while I ignite the charges.
Are you sitting this one out? I love this map.
Looks like the others have things under control.
Up we go. Okay.
Alva and Kotallo did their job. Now it's Beta's turn.
Aloy? I think we're in trouble.
Oh crap.
Plan to do to stop those specters, you better do it now.
I'm not doing anything. Beta will. She just needs a little time.
Time that we don't have.
What is that?
Yes.
Our army.
I think you got their attention.
Very clever. You had Beta inject Hephaestus into the base's printer matrix.
Which is faster and more powerful than any cauldron.
And now it can crank out machines to its heart's content. Get to the launch tower before this whole place becomes a war zone.
Your maneuver, as clever as it is, means that Hephaestus has escaped containment. It will no doubt flee back to the Cauldron network.
We grabbed it once, we'll get it again.
Or find a way to replicate its functionality, perhaps. The Apollo database.
That big rock might give us a bridge to get up and through.
Gotcha.
I guess not all the specters are fighting our machines.
Ah, that'd have made it nice and easy.
Of course, not all the machines we go at would be fighting.
think. Keep them coming!
And now to the left.
You can get to the launch tower through the hangar up ahead. I'm heading over to join you now.
The hangar's in bad shape, but I can see the way in. Hurry, Aloy!
Damn, I can't. My sun wing.
Here when you want. Not fear, but it'll do.
I've got an angle.
Well, it's time to fly.
Good work, everyone. Let's go.
Whoa. Look at all this Zenith space stuff.
Come on, let's go!
This way, demon! Ah! This is the death I was promised. Go!
May Regala return peacefully to the cycle.
Please. She cared nothing for peace.
At least she died on her own terms. That was her point.
Aloy, it's been intense, but Kotallo got me to a network node. I'm trying to get in.
Keep at it. We're almost to the tower.
Here come the Zeniths.
Ah, now we know who's been causing all the fuss. Matilda's little pet.
Silence! Zenith's inbound. Can we drop their shields, please?
I'm powering it up. Stay still.
This is pointless! You can't hurt us. Face it, you're worms that ooze through the cracks into our basement.
Silence?
One moment more.
But I might just spare you if you give up Tilda. I think it's safe to say she's forfeited her share of our operation. Permanently.
There.
No? Nothing. Fine. All right, people. Light 'em up! Are we supposed to be scared?
You are now. Yes, get up.
We can't let Gerard escape. It won't take long before he preps the shuttle for launch. Then he'll be able to take Beta and Gaia into orbit and onto the Odyssey beyond our reach.
We gotta go through there?
I failed to see another option.
Then we'll carve a path. Ready?
Get to the top and secure Gaia. I'll stop Gerard.
I gotta get to the top of the tower and free Beta.
Aloy, time machine filth! Apologies for that. We're okay. As long as Alva hurries.
I'm almost into the network!
Just do the best you can. Okay, an elevator. Promising.
Oh, great. He's back.
You got some unfinished business, little girl.
I don't need a shield to take you out.
Trust me, you're gonna wish you had one.
You want this as much as I do.
Whoa! I can't let him catch me.
Oh, yeah!
I'm taking you down! Next time here.
Hit me then!
Aloy, are you there? I'm on my way to help. Just need to find my way in there.
Scream, will you?
Not much left.
Crap.
Hit me!
Whoa! I can't let him catch me.
It didn't have to end this way. Closure!
You're done for!
Yeah, let me read him so you fear what his weaknesses. Ice.
is the end for you! Oh. Time to shut you up!
You give me all those
I'm taking you down!
I hate that I can't summon my mount. It would be easy if I had my Claw Strider. Yeah, how did I miss?
You shouldn't have come for me, girl.
Time to die.
Can't let him catch me. Take that! Not much without your shield, are ya?
Ready, little?
Ah, don't like that, do ya? You're done for!
Feel it. Hurt. Adulation.
I'm really starting to get annoyed by him. Can't catch a break to breathe.
Reload.
I'll break you, girl.
Time to shut you up!
You don't get to do that to me twice.
I'm gonna just see. I got some skill points. I'm gonna use them. See what I can get.
Whoa! I can't let him catch me. Not bad, didn't ya? I'm taking you down!
Come on now.
You gotta stay ahead of them. Not much without your shield, are ya?
Sure have.
It's just what I need.
Come close. I want to watch you die.
I didn't do anything.
You're done for.
Aloy, are you there? I'm on my way to help. Just need to find my way in there.
You're outclassed.
This is the end for you.
You don't know what the hollow.
You quit missing.
Time to shut you up.
There we go, finally.
I almost forgot what it was like to hurt.
Now we're having fun, right?
Revenge for Varl.
You okay?
I will be. In time. Go. Rescue your sister.
Oh man, I can't extract anything off his corpse. Boo.
Looks like the machine's inspectors have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll have to climb from there. I have to go. I almost have.
Aaron? Is everyone alright down there?
Mostly. We're cleaning up the last few specters.
Well, that sucks.
Looks like the machine's inspectors have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll have to climb from there. I have to go. I almost have.
Erend? Is everyone alright down there?
Mostly. We're cleaning up the last few specters.
What about the Zeniths?
Dead, I think. Zoe told me you got Eric. Good work.
Yeah. Thanks. I guess only Tilda and Gerard are left then.
Aloy, you there? Listen, I got into the network, but only for a minute before I was shut out. I found a bunch of flight plans and trajectories, as if the Zeniths were planning to leave Earth.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know, but there's more. The files I found have a lot of references to something called Nemesis. Whatever it is, the Zeniths are afraid of it.
Alva? Alva! What's going on here? Maybe Beta can help me figure it out. If she's okay.
Hey honey, welcome man. Oh, let me get a shout out. I never did finish the first game. Well, I'm playing the sequel to the first game, honey. Let me give you a shout out. What? There you go. Ah, Overwatch 2. I hope the games were going good. But yes, I am playing I'm playing the sequel, Horizon Forbidden West, and I'm fighting against the Zeniths, which are people who left Earth and somehow managed to extend their life, and they came back. And they're not very friendly. It is good. Though I will admit, there was a part today that has been annoying. It was with a vent. I kept trying to go up, but the command wasn't working. But so far, the new machines and the story has been really good.
Are you okay? Look, I know you've been through a lot, but you have to help me access the Zenith network. I need to see their files, anything referring to the word Nemesis. Okay. Over there.
Well, there's one happening right now between the machines of Earth and the ones called Spectres.
I should be able to take advantage of... Yes, Nemesis. Healing. There's something in deep space. It's following the Zenith. Earth. Look. Escape vectors. Alva tried to warn me about this. The Zeniths aren't planning to stay here. It's a machine of some kind. Or a swarm of them. The energy readings are astronomical. Aloy, I don't think a natural disaster destroyed the Zenith colony on Sirius. This thing did. Earth isn't
Oh crap.
It's a way station. They're on the run.
I see you've been busy.
And you've been lying. Nemesis, what is it?
It is us. The minds of Far Zenith. Or failed copies of them, anyway. Back on Sirius, some of my peers weren't satisfied with physical immortality. They wanted digital transcendence. A way to upload their minds into any form, organic or mechanical. Nemesis was a failed experiment to that effect. Abandoned, but never erased. An immense database of our memories, emotions, and prejudices left to fester.
And it destroyed your colony?
We didn't realize it had gained sentience until it broke containment. It had everything it needed from our memories. Security protocols, system specs, override codes. It hacked everything before we knew what hit us. Then it took over our printing facilities, allowing it to gain any machine form it needed to wipe us out.
But why?
Imagine being trapped alone for decades with only the twisted echoes of megalomaniacs for company. It hates us for abandoning it to that prison. And now that it's free, it will do anything to destroy us, including denying us a safe harbor on Earth.
The extinction signal that woke Hades. You didn't send it. Nemesis did.
Finally, you understand. And when that failed, it launched from Sirius to finish the job itself. Which is why we must flee to a random planet circling a random star, somewhere it can never find us.
With Gaia, so you can build yourself a new world.
That's the plan. Even now. Earth is finished, Aloy. Nemesis will scour it of life to deny its creators a viable home. But Elizabeth's dream won't die. You'll come with me to the stars. And with Gaia, we'll create a new world. Together. Where that monstrosity could never find us.
What? No.
I loved Elizabeth. More than you could ever know. And I'd let her stay behind to die with the rest of humanity. A mistake I have regretted for 1,000 years. Now she stands before me again. Not some inferior copy, but her best possible self. So I'm not asking. You're coming with me.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna go with that idea.
You can't force me, Tilda. Your shield is gone.
I have something better. Spectre Prime, to me.
Oh, damn.
Aloy, you can't win.
I've heard that before.
Okay, time to scan this thing.
And stones against the lightning.
Do some damage.
Okay, weak against acid and plasma.
Spectre was
thing's
designed
tough.
to survive against more than that.
Elemental ammo taking a dent, no cold plate.
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
You're not taking me, Tilda!
I can endure. You cannot. I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
The gold plates are vulnerable to elemental ammo. Oh, that thing's fast. I'll shut you down.
I've seen your life, Aloy. It should not be lost.
Oh, it's quick.
I can endure. You cannot.
Ha! Those gold plates are vulnerable.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
Power now. This won't work, Tilda. It's using those gold plates to power its attacks.
Sticks and stones against the lightning.
Armor's up.
Execute attack pattern Sigma.
Great thing. That's the trouble with these things. They always need time to reload.
Strike now.
You're not gonna beat me!
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
And I'm down. Well, that was a good first try. I managed to get its health halfway down.
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
I better scan that thing first.
I can endure. You cannot.
with you!
There are no answers in death.
At least he could have done was throw me like a bone or something where get more ammo.
Death brings only darkness. I can take you to the stars.
There we go.
I do not wish to warn you.
No health items, which is what I need. There we go.
That suit won't protect you!
Ask yourself why you're holding back. Stop! I beg you! Why do you not value your life?
The gold plates are vulnerable to elemental ammo. Oh, it's quick! You're not taking me, Tilda!
Activate! Enough is enough!
Ha! Those gold plates are vulnerable.
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
It's gonna take more. I'll shut you down.
Sticks and stones against the lightning. Take her down!
They're powering its attacks.
Fire a barrage!
This won't work, Tilda!
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
Ugh.
I can endure. You cannot.
better scan that thing first.
I can endure. You cannot.
Oh, that thing's fast.
Are you kidding me?
Against the lightning.
I really hate the Spectre Prime. It's more annoying than the regular Primes. Well, not the Spectres.
I better scan that thing first. I gotta get through all that armor before I can do some damage.
Hard to do it when it keeps flying by.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that. Ask yourself why you're holding back.
You're not gonna beat me! I did something.
Ask yourself why you're holding back. This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
Okay, new plan.
Sticks and stones against
I'm
the
not going
lightning.
with you! It's powering up!
If only I made you see. I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
I better scan that thing first. I gotta get through all that armor before I can do some damage.
Fight on, and you will lose. I can endure. You cannot.
Oh, that thing's fast. That suit won't protect you!
Ask yourself why you're holding back. survive against more than that.
I can keep going. You're not taking me, Tilda!
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
Powering up! Ha! Those gold plates are vulnerable!
Sticks and stones against the lightning. Sticks and stones against the lightning.
Burning up the plasma! I'll shut you down!
Bombard her!
It's quick! Elemental ammo is making a dent in those gold plates.
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
I seriously hate this boss. I hate it. The design is cool, but its attacks are annoying because I can't even get a chance to
This Spectre
think.
was designed to survive against more than that.
I better scan that thing first.
I knew you didn't
This wouldn't
truly
be
want to
hard
hurt
if
me.
I was allowed to summon my Claw Strider, which I should be able to.
I can endure. You cannot.
I better scan that thing first.
Wait, what do we got here? Didn't know I had this on me.
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me. Ask yourself why you're holding back.
Yeah, this thing's doing major damage.
This won't work, Tilda! Guns armor! I need more ammo.
Yeah, now it's not so tough, is it? Switch to that one.
Just stop! endure. You cannot.
You're not gonna beat me! Well, that did something.
Sticks and stones against the lightning.
Well, but well, at least I figured out what I need to do.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
I better scan that thing first.
Hit her! In this!
You gotta be kidding. How did you miss when it was right there in front of you?
I can endure. You cannot.
I'm not going with you! Armor's up! I can keep going.
Target active!
Yeah, this is probably gonna be a bad run.
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
The gold picture vulnerable to elemental ammo.
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
That suit won't protect you!
Sticks and stones against the lightning.
Oh, that thing's fast.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
You're not taking me, Tilda!
I am the only way you get to live, Aloy.
Wait for me.
Nope, it's not. Yes, finally. Now that was truly a tough fight.
Just let me choose.
Whew.
she tried to take you. And she told you about Nemesis.
So you've known all along.
From Hades, yes. Along with data on how to circumvent the Zenith shields. Everything I did to create the rebel army was based on that knowledge. To reach this place, this moment.
And you couldn't just tell me?
Come now, Aloy. You're the last person to act sensibly in the face of impossible odds. When I learned of Nemesis from Hades, I saw the pieces on the board and how to play them. And in that same moment, I knew it was a game you would never play. That you would interfere and attempt to save the Tenakth. I was correct, to a point. You ruined my plans, but brought your own to fruition. The end result is the same. We're here. And now it's time for me to leave this doomed planet behind. To seize the Odyssey and the Apollo database, and begin a new chapter in my pursuit of knowledge, one with infinite possibilities. You can join me if you so desire. You've more than earned your place. Unlike Tilda, I'm extending a polite invitation.
You're going to just take off? And abandon everything? Stay. Help me fight that thing.
Perhaps Tilda didn't adequately define the threat. Nemesis can't be stopped. It destroyed a highly advanced Zenith colony in a matter of hours. What hope does this primitive tribal Earth have? If you brought Gaia, you wouldn't be abandoning life, you'd be saving a seed for a new world. Just as Elizabeth did. It's the choice she made. The sacrifice of all that is for the hope of what might be. If she were here in your place, she would board that shuttle, Aloy.
Found her.
Is she hurt?
Still on her feet.
Thank the Turn.
Goodbye, Silence.
She looks okay.
She looks victorious.
Yeah, because I just took down because we took down a giant ass machine.
Aloy. You did it.
However, there's still a danger looming.
Hey, where's he going?
As far away as anyone can go.
Oh. Are you sure?
Okay, that's a shock. I thought he was gonna take off.
You're staying.
For a time. You people are going to need all of the help you can get.
Does anyone else need a drink?
Not if it's that ale of yours.
I'd be fine with a nap.
Excellent idea.
I hope it's really over this time.
There's another battle ahead, Elizabeth. Very different than the one you fought. It's not about the distant hope of creating a new world. It's about preserving the one we have. My friends have a new mission. To spread the word and ask for help. They've taken it in stride. I think it's because they've always known what I've only just started to understand. That the people of this world have the strength to fight any battle. The ingenuity to solve any problem. The courage to overcome any obstacle. And the resilience to rise after any setback. As for me, I can't say I'm not afraid. What lies ahead will be harder than anything we've faced before. But I know I can put the fear aside. Because for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm not alone.
Well, that's the end. At least for now. I have to say, I really enjoyed this, the way how they did the story. Definitely was worth the wait after the first game. I will admit, I did find some of the attacks annoying, but once I managed to get that legendary weapon, things went a lot easy. I think things went a lot better for me because I was able to really do some serious damage. That's the problem that was frustrating me, was I couldn't really damage it. But once I found I had that legendary weapon, oh.
These words don't seem like mine, but the iron won't subside. No matter what I try. And my raindrop
I think I know what this is probably gonna be doing. It's just gonna be going through all the credits and everything. Music, but let's go and see if there's an after cut scene. Oh.
My hands are full of flowers, my ears are full of songs, my heart is sad enough, I'd rather just be wrong. I listen when you talk, your words all make sense, but underneath it all, I hear where we are going with this. I am raindrops in the flood. I am emptiness. I am home. I am lonely in a crowd. But when you hear me, you'll be near me. Stay with me in the flood. In dreams I never left, I had courage like the beast. My eyes, they never fled. My arms would always reach. You harden with your words. Maybe fear is armor too. My voice is not that strong. When hurricanes come running from you, I am raindrops in the flood. I am emptiness. I am home. I am lonely in a crowd. But when you hear me, you'll be near me. Stay with me in the flood. The little child inside is jealous of your strength, the way you hold your head when everything's aflame. Your back as straight as you walk away, straighter than an oak in a storm. Only I remain. Should I have been reshaped in your image? Is that what you want? I am raindrops in the flood. I am emptiness. I am home. I am lonely in a crowd. But when you hear me, you'll be near me. Stay with me in the flood. In the flood.
Okay, let's see. Oh, really? No after a cutscene after that? Damn, I was expecting an after cutscene after doing that. Congratulations on defeating. Oh. Well, that was rude. It didn't let me finish looking at it.
Did you need something?
Well, I don't know what else there is, but I think this will be a good place for us to end the stream for today. Because I don't know what else is there, but I can tell you this, even though we finished the main story with Horizon Forbidden West, we are not finished with Horizon Forbidden West just yet, because in April a DLC expansion for Horizon Forbidden West is going to come out. So when that DLC comes out and I do get it, I am going to be playing it on stream. I hope you guys have all enjoyed watching me go through and watch me die a whole bunch of times to machines and also this and everything. But I really enjoyed playing the main story of Horizon Forbidden West. It was a lot of fun. Now let me take something back over to chat, and we are going to look somebody for us to raid. So stick around because you will be getting extra channel points from the raid. Okay, let's see who is on for us to raid. Let me see what Hisui's up to. Oh, ears. And the headphones up louder than usual to listen to the songs. See what Hisui is doing. And as soon as the ad that she has playing, that's playing right now is over. She is currently playing Valorant. Let's see what else we have. I think today we will raid Hisui today. So let me give you guys your raid messages. This is for subs. And this is for non-subs. So I'll give you guys a chance to copy those while I look for somebody for us to raid. Well, sorry, I already found somebody for us to raid. Excuse me. Sorry, I meant going 6 hours in the time. So a little, it's a little nutty after those intense fights. So let me get this. Oh, I almost forgot. If you would like to join the Discord, this is the link to the Discord. I do post when I go live or any changes in the schedule. So if you would like to join the Discord, there is a link there. Also, we have sub goals going on. So if you'd like to check out the sub goals, there's a link there. Okay. Okay. Raid has been started. I want to thank everybody again all for coming to the stream today. I hope you all enjoyed watching me play Horizon Forbidden West. This is the last stream for the week. I am going to be back on Monday, and I'm going to be continuing with Hogwarts Legacy. And we're going to continue where we last left off. And so look forward to that on Monday. And with that, I'm going to say goodnight, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever is your time zones. Everybody, thank you for coming, and I will see everybody later.